All right, gamers. I'm all set up. Everything should be working. If it's not, please let me know. Please let me know. I might not actually know. Okay, so welcome. Hi. Are you ready to be lawyers? Chat, do you got your thinking hats on? Put your thinking hat on. Put them on now, chat. Because you are the one who's in control. Do you understand me? You have the technology. You have the power. I need to restart Sammy. I just realized that. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. No thoughts, head empty. Well, maybe that's a good thing, because when your head's empty right now, you can fill it with the knowledge of being a lawyer. Understood, Burp Dragon. Good. So, how this works, if you weren't here for the Ace Attorney investigations, I'll give the rundown a little later when more people maybe show up, because it might be stupid for me to give the rundown. Just, you are He-Man. Yes, you're He-Man. You have the power. Hi, Vel. So here's how, okay, I might as well just give a little brief rundown. So here's how it works. Whenever the game asks me to present evidence, chat will tell me what to present. How will you do that? By using this command. Oh, I did that backwards. Hey, thank you for the resub. I did that backwards. Anyway, you're gonna type present, the number of the statement you want to present, and the evidence you want to present. And then the chat will say yes. And then if 3 people in the chat agree with you, then I'll present the evidence. And we have to live with our consequences of our actions. And if you wanted to look at the evidence at all time, we have a handy little Twitch extension, which should appear around here on the right side of the screen here. Present ID item name, something like that. Yeah, the evidence list will appear here. If you click on the extension right now, you should see the handy little attorney's badge show up, as that is the only evidence you're going to have when we start this game. Okay, thanks, Vel. Vel really showcasing what it's like. You can also access the evidence list from the website if you don't want to use the extension, and the website can be found here by typing in !evidence. If you want the mobile-friendly version of the website, just add !platform equals mobile to the end of the link. All right. I'll have to give that explanation a lot as time goes on, but the gist of it, the most important thing is that you can use this extension to look at the evidence, and I'll be updating it. Make sure you hit refresh as well, so that you have the most up-to-date list of the evidence. That's the most important thing, because then you're going to be able to see what you can present. Got it, chat? Everything making sense? Just, we all good? We all bueno? I'm going to wait a little bit before I get started, because this is the kind of game where if somebody misses the intro, they might be a little lost. So let's have some patience. See if anybody else wants to join and wants to participate. First off, who here has not played this game before? Who here has not played this game before and is here ready and active to play and follow along with us? You? Excellent. We got one already. Okay, so who here has never played an Ace Attorney game before as well? That might be a better question. You shouldn't spoil for VOD watchers? Definitely not. Don't spoil. No spoilers. I played the game before, but let's not spoil it for the people who are playing along, okay? Anyway, we're gonna do a little bit of just chatting while we wait for potentially some people to trickle in. And yeah, it'll be fun. Wow, look at the wings go. This is fun. Did you know doing this is fun, chat? Okay, I'll stop being annoying. And then a safe run managed to do it with a straight build. Wow, the opposite of you. That joke's been done 100 times, I know. But like, I had to. You know? I had to. I had to. Like, it writes itself. True. Truing. Alright. I don't know who specifically wants to play and who doesn't, so I'm kind of waiting for some key... Alright. I think we get started. I think it's time we get started, chat. Ready to be lawyers? Let's get started. Let's get in it. New game, boyos. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Showdown time. You lose. Ah! I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Alright, I need to figure out what my voice for Apollo will be. Normally he has a bit of a raspy, loud voice, but considering he's going to be the character that speaks the most, I might not want to do anything crazy for him. But otherwise, I'll shoot my voice out. Alright. So I'm probably just going to be louder version of my normal voice to some degree. I'm already loud, actually. Never mind. We'll figure it out. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir! You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight? Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose! I'm fine! That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine! Don't call yourself loose. He does what he wants. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir! I'm all over that drift! As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes! Yes! I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Who's that, chat? Who dat? Whoa! Good morning! Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're fine! I'm fine! We love Apollo Justice in this chat. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Okay, I need to focus. Oh, we do have some evidence. I gotta add it. One sec. We have evidence, chat. There is evidence. We have evidence, chat. And that means I gotta do my tired and true, get that fucking evidence in the fucking... in the court record for you all. Don't worry, I'm working on it. The things I do for you, chat. Okay, gamers. The evidence should be there now. Make sure you click refresh to see it. I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. We're gonna do the shitty voice for Payne. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. It's too late. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a little strained. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always accede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn. Why? Ignoring it the entire name. I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine. But does he have cords of steel? Paulo's got his priorities straight, chat. Then let's begin. The defense may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? It's Phoenix Wright, chat. What's he doing? Why does he look homeless, chat? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. He's not homeless, he's got drip. Okay, you know what? Good point. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem! The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant.
I probably pronounced that wrong. Forgive me if that. I'm not Russian.
The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant? You say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
Grape juice, of course. It seems to be a running thing with Ace Attorney, huh? The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. The deadly bottle added to the court record. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. You too, chat. Make a practice of checking it frequently. By the way, there's something in this game that, like, obviously, like, we got the 3D investigation for all evidence, but I obviously can't put that in the fucking evidence. So if you ever want me to 3D examine something, just let me know, okay? There are some pieces of evidence that require it, but not all of it. And it usually makes it pretty obvious when we need to.
The court record. Right, I've heard of that.
Use E to look at evidence so far. For you, chat, look at the thing on the side in the extension. I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right, just use E.
Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? Shoddy Smith fellow.
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he has some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill.
Hi, Sharpie.
At least not the piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it's only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Is gambling illegal in Japan? Yes. That's why pachinko is so popular, because pachinko is technically a game of skill.
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defendant was waxing a poetic in an attempt to mystify those present.
An impressed woman. People are surprisingly consistent at pachinko, where it's more than just, like, it's more than just, like, that. But, like, it is still just a way for them to get past it a little bit. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well. Defendant, you will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure.
This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing.
Witness testimony. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. We're right, Your Honor! Atro is similar to Inscription. I can see that. They're both card games. Both of them have roguelike elements.
Like, don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, but you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do?
Should I ask Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination?
Chat, what do you want? What do you think? Do you need a refresher course on cross-examination? Your imagination says, why not? Fire Ninja says, nah, we good. Well, you're getting the refresher.
Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yes, teach me. I know nothing.
Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E.
But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now.
A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information.
But isn't Mr. Wright my client?
Well, think you can do it?
Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it.
I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright?
As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination. Here we go, chat. Your first time actually playing the game. Alright, what are we doing, chat? Probably pressing, right? I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. Alright, chat. Are we pressing for more information? What are we doing? It's your time. This is your time. It's your stage, show. You're on the stage, chat. You're live. Check the evidence. Tell me what to press. That boy. Press that boy. We pressing that boy.
You can hardly play?
Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Was that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large.
And why are you really at the Borshit Bowl Club?
They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Oh, shit! I forgot how hard Phoenix goes in this game. You're what? Get fucked shit on your imagination. I'm what?
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost. Once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction?
It has quite a history, actually. The Boarshit Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
Black market?
All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room? Gambling hoods? You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now.
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
Precisely. Cards on the table on the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right! It was a simple game, after all.
Yes, Judge, we've played Balatro.
Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice.
Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Oh shit, here's Phoenix with his full knowledge of the law coming in hard. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Little coy motherfucker there.
I completely let that one slip by.
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony.
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon.
Silence?
The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage.
And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes?
Great, like I didn't have enough to do already.
Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony?
Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it?
When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why?
I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Right, I got it. I'm fine.
Time to listen to that testimony again. All right, chat, here we go. What's the thing? Hello, darling. It's time. It's your time, chat. Does the bottle have a 3D inspection? Yes, it does. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. That seems to be it, though. Oh, no, there's this. The bottle is completely empty. Time to wait for chat to have brain cells, yeah. Remember, you can check the evidence at any time, chat. It's in the extension on the right side of the screen. Make sure you refresh to see it. We have not, MRL, and that's a very critical thing in the story, so pay attention. And don't spoil it. At all. Because there are people here who have not played the game. Okay, so I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. So chat, any contradictions in the evidence? It's time to present. It's time to actually play. Check the evidence, read it, and tell me what to present on which statement. There are 6 statements total, and this is the last statement. You can see based on the dots above my head there. Your imagination wants to present the bottle on this statement. Do we agree? Chat, come on, work with me here. You were waiting so hard. We might need to wait for more people to be actively saying yes. You say AFK, set the bottle. How dare you be AFK, Fire Ninja? Okay, that's enough yeses. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling could damage the judge's ears and our case.
But what about my cords of steel?
Anyway,
what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did it.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there could only be one reason for that. Yes! To brain someone with the bottle! Mr. Gavin, I think this took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be a reason.
Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
Really?
Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room basement the 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the 1st floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this phone is that made the call. Wright's cell phone added to the court record. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Okay, it says 3D. Just needed to check. Objection, Your Honor. The witness's tail has distracted the entire court. Look, man, I can't help it. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative.
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How could you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Oh, hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
Pain, what the fuck's wrong? Whatever.
So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You... Usher? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you are sure it's okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna try my best at making an accent for this character, but we'll see. No, the prosecution... Wait a minute! Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's... paraphernalia? I've never seen that word, actually. Do I have my Russian accent ready? I think I might.
Yes! She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Ori. I am employed as a waitress in Bullshit Club Restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve the Bullshit that is naming restaurants. But I also perform, how it is it said, other service.
I take it one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures?
Dada, like, for example, this one.
That's the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in white hat is one who had gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It's the same way as I drop cold bowls of bullshit on laps of customers. Casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record. I just realized I didn't have the crime photo one there for you guys. Okay.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in the room. The hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is room where the famous gangster band guy was arrested. His room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Data, photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Witness testimony. That faithful night.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was called Both Players Played with Hats on Da. The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened Da. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Great defense there, Apollo. Great defense there, Apollo. You're doing a bang-up job. Ahem. Justice, maybe you could come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years!
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
All right, chat, bring out the Balatro, chat.
These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime.
Chat, bring out the Balatro. Who has the better hand here?
The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Yes! Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that the most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip photo added to the court record. Dude, are you like 100 years old? He probably is at this point. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination. All right, I'm going to go through all the statements again, chat, and then tell you what to do, okay? Remember, look at the court record.
That night, customer asked for me to deal cards for game. It was called Both Players Played with Hats on Da. The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, Da. The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
We got 5 statements. Look through the court record. Tell me if I need to present anything. Tell me if I need to press anything. Go, go, go. Court record can be found in the button here. Remember to refresh. Remember to refresh, chat. Remember, Bakari, the evidence can be found with the extension right here as well. Unless you want to use the website, which you can find the website right there as well. If you want me to press something, let me know as well. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in that room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. You love the new background? Yeah, I think Steve-ish added that. All right, we can press. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often?
I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you, Borscht Book Club, where Borscht is as warm as the waitress.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It's already April. How could it be cold? Don't forget to read the evidence as well, chat. It's kind of important to make sure you're reading the evidence as well.
At Borscht Book Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going there.
When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da?
His locket. 1 second. I'll be right back, chat. The my dinner that has been cooking is ready, and I need to go serve it up. So, and before it burns, I'll be right back. Look through the evidence, chat. I'm gonna be real with you. This one's not hard. It's obviously because it's the first case, but. All right, I'm back. Are the ads over? Yes. I got food. All right, let's get back to playing the game then, shall we?
I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though it were small enough to fit around his neck, wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we are talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course I knew that! It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So what happened next?
Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da.
Something terrible? I'm gonna have this on autoplay for a bit while I consume. The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, that was the wrong voice.
Oh, I was so frightened, da. I trembled with fear. The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
I was more Italian. I'm bad at accents, chat. Okay, chat, what's the contradiction? Let's play, let's play, let's play. Check the evidence. Hi, Blue Nightcrawler. Remember to check the evidence. Your imagination wants to present the autopsy report on this one. Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd.
Da, normal customers only choke on borscht.
No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Bro's bald, chat. He's fucking bald. Photo of forehead, hat removed during investigation. Those are weird airbending tattoos. I got bad news for you, buddy.
But, I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead, so let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was called Both Players Played with Hats On, da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. Okay, we saw this one already. All right, chat. What do we got now? Press the last one. Can do. You didn't say anything about hitting before. One second, chat. I'm eating food. My apologies.
Sorry, I must be forgetting this, da.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, da, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. All right, chat. What do you got? What do you got for me, chat? Okay, here we go. We're going through the statements one more time.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket at his neck. The last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Can I press 4 again? Something terrible? Defendants were afraid. Okay, it's the same. It's exactly the same. I'm eating food while you guys are thinking. Check the court record, chat. One second, I'm also gonna check the court record. I should have this up. Make sure you refresh it too so that you can see it all. Wants to present photo 2 on statement 5. So this one. Do we all agree? Mercury, what the hell? Don't clip this moment. I don't see a lot of players playing right now, so we're just gonna go with the votes now and present. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence in the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Justice, please think the facts over before making accusations. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Well, chat, you were wrong. I liked your thought process, though. I actually can't remember what the game wants me to do here. The bottle? I don't think so, personally. I think I know, actually. Or maybe I don't know. Hi, Matto. How are you doing tonight? Your Honor, please consider my badge. I'm trying to see if there's any statements I haven't pressed yet. With his hands, I'm assuming is what they're getting at, Blue Nightcrawler. If it doesn't let me fast forward this, then it means we haven't seen it before. So I'm just gonna check. Okay, we've pressed everything. So there's definitely a contradiction somewhere in here. And I'm gonna be real, even I've forgotten what it is. Photo 1. I'm gonna be honest, we're probably overthinking it. This is like the tutorial case. All right, I guess we're doing the photo 1 now. Incorrect. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Justice. Ugh, I must be on the wrong track. Are you guys gonna lose on chapter 1, chat? Okay. Yeah, I know what it is now. Kroku wants to present photo 1 for this one. What? I thought that was it. Or does it? I think it might want you to present this because it's more obvious. It does. Matto, you can check the evidence live. I have a little app. Hi, Hataro. You can check the app, and if you click on the evidence, it'll actually show you what the picture is. It's like it should be there. It's an extension. You're on mobile? Here. Go to that link then. And you'll be able to see the evidence. Oh, okay, so apparently it's possible on mobile as well. Okay, honestly, I think this is correct, but I'm gonna just make sure. Actually, no, this has to be it. Objection! You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. Hi, Stormbuster. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, it should be possible to access it on mobile as well. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on his locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah! Defendant! What do you have to say to this? Say? Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Daughter? Yo, Phoenix is a dad, chat. What do you say to that? Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game?
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear that the defendant lost. Badly.
Bye, Steve-ish. Have a good one. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Witness testimony. The game began with 3,500 pointed chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. Her last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I'd done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost his 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 point-in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir! Look out, contradiction, here comes justice! Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual lose.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points! Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Of course!
Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Well, chat, should we press harder? Yes? Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips?
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle carpet.
Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubies even?
Yet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling.
Sorry, I'm just finishing off my dinner.
Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand.
Oh shit.
Two types of chips, 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. It is not money,
Justice? Sir! Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add her testimony? Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind.
Your Honor.
What dinner? It's golden mushroom soup with spiced chicken, slow cooked, with rice. Yeah, it's really nice.
One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. Two kinds and all.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The two types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course.
Ha! Don't waste our time.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? The one who was winning. It was victim. You're telling me that Mr. Right, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been most unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take other pictures with him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table.
So you're telling us it was a one-sided game?
One-sided, and... For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Last hand? It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. Don't worry about a secret. That is a truly excellent hand. However, so is the victim's. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses.
The victim, Mr. Smith, has a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next.
Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment the loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
And? What happened next?
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such a thing occur?
What such thing?
Yet! The defendant had been hitting the victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head.
Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember. Okay, this is not new. Okay. All right, chat. So the new statement that we got from pressing is this one. Any contradictions or anything we want to present? This is statement 2. And yeah, the game began with 3,500 point and chips for each man. One kind is worth 100, other kind is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all. And this is the statement that's new, that our little friend has told us there's a contradiction here. What are we doing? Then the page was coins. JP, you could do that yourself. Just click on the extension and look at the picture. It's there. It's in the evidence. You want to present the chips on this statement? This is statement 3 right here. One sec, chat. You sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? No faith. It's more so that I thought that it wanted you to establish something else first before doing it like that way, but that works. It's fine.
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the pictures enough to tell you who won. You're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
How much is it?
shoot yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Say kindergarten one more time, kindergarten. What are we choosing, chat? What are we choosing, chat? Mato says 3. Your imagination says 2. Hell yeah, Secret. So Mato says 3. Your imagination says 2. But your imagination has a question mark on 2, so they're not confident. Whereas Mato seems confident. So unless there's a contradiction to Mato's, we're gonna do statement 3. You're confused by what they meant? Okay. What is it then? Okay, now Mato's saying 2, and now Hanatoro and your imagination are saying 3. And now one of them's both of you are... You guys are flip-flopping. Is it 2 or is it 3, chat? Were the starting points of 7,000 wrong? Was the total chip count wrong? Now we got... Okay, that's enough votes for 3. Let's try 3. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. But what? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning.
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you?
Eek!
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony. Hold it! Excuse me? What is it now, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, what do you mean?
A scam? They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in the last hand. That is why game ends with chips. They are
great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argumenta. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker?
Oh, chat. We all know our poker because of Balatro. Objection! Shotty had a strength card. Objection, Your Honor. I had the Joker that makes my 7 stronger. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring? Objection, Your Honor. I was riding the bus. You know, terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards of the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
You forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
Ahem. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
The last hand, both men had full house.
I will press until someone tells me otherwise. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway?
It is quite hard, da. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, da, but it's not impossible.
Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
3 is 4 of... There is 4 of each card in deck. From ace to king.
4 of each card, you say? Hi, Pixel. How are you doing today? Manyam.
Da! There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons.
Huh? You don't say. Ah, did you know that the cards are numbered 113? All of the cards in a deck, and you get 364. A year! Huh, you don't say. Isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards.
Yes, Pixel, exactly. Huh, you don't say. I'm going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. Today, me too, Matto. How was it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hands had 3 aces. And Mr. Light's 2.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this could be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke? Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please.
Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all.
A fifth ace.
It should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's had 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Well, where did this card come from then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
You bet. I have no intention of staying quiet. Not me, no sir.
Better find some contradicting evidence fast. So what did you guys want to present? Chips on statement 3. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name...
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's a photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. So, summary of what's happening. We're in court. The defendant is Phoenix Wright. He is currently playing poker as an occupation and no longer a lawyer. We don't know why. That's not been explained yet. But Phoenix Wright is currently was playing poker with the victim, and he's accused of murdering the victim with a wine bottle. Right now, we're trying to figure out. If you look at the court record, you can get the facts of the case as well, Pixel. But yeah, so basically, we're trying to defend Phoenix Wright in court because he apparently killed someone over a game of poker. Right. And then you can look at the court record for more details on the specifics, like the time of death, how it was, some pictures, what Wright did, all this stuff. So look through the court record using the extension Pixel. Yeah, this is canon. The next 2 games after this take place immediately after this game, JP. So this isn't just future canon. This is just straight up canon. How to use the extension? If you're on PC, then there should be a picture right here that you can click on in the right side when you hover your mouse over the stream that you can click on and it'll show up the evidence. If you are on mobile, it should show up below the stream and in the middle, or you can go to that website. And yeah, this is Apollo's introduction to the series. And if you're on mobile, click the tail, yeah. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? All right, chat, what are we pointing at? What are we pointing at, chat? Victim's hand, this hand right here. And don't forget to refresh it, yeah. A lot of people are saying victim's hand, so I'm just gonna go for it. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please! It is true. I have seen it! The 5th ace! There was cheating, I swear to you!
That's odd. She must be lying. She's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? This is not a dating sim, Noodle. If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The player's hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Well, chat. Oh, Brew, they've already established that there was a second deck to avoid people from slipping cards in. Basically, every single hand they would like change decks to avoid people from slipping cards in. Victim? JP says the victim. A lot of people saying it. Pixel, they're both full houses. A lot of people are saying victim. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence. Victim's hand. Ah, so true, Matto. Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir! When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the arrow keys to turn every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. What? Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards! The back is a different color! That's impossible!
But I put card in Knight's hand.
What was that, Miss Orley?
No, I merely said that I have eat.
Your Honor, Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Fucking Apollo. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. Apollo, you're like 14. Apollo is... He's not in the court record, but he's like at least in his mid-20s or something. The writing in this game is the most unhinged. Absolutely.
But I put that card in Light's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat. Not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. This is one of the best corner themes in the game, I think. In the series, I mean. Apollo's got a bangered cornered theme. Oh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... Hi, Kai, yes, I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Eek! Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice, Your Honor, it seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. What happened to you? You'll find out, Pixel. That's kind of the main mystery of this game. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. Watch it really hit him hard, huh? Yep.
That was said before!
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? There's no penalty for this, chat, so think it over. Pixel says before, Panatoro and Humongous Waffle say after. Everybody's saying 3, so we're gonna go with it first. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah! Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Yeah, that's a good point. If you were holding those cards up to your opponent, it'd be very obvious you cheated. It would be very obvious.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Who was it, chat? Phoenix because he's silly. I don't know if that's a good justification. A lot of people are saying 2, Hanatoro says 3. Amaral, please stop talking. We're not you are spoiling things that will be revealed. Even if it's a minor spoiler, I don't give a fuck. Please don't say shit. Stop. The nature of the daughter is a spoiler. Why, must have been Olga Orly who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swapped card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga Orly. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right! Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Some people are saying 3 now. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly, either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong colored card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Mr. Orly, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first was swapping the wrong colored card, because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. That person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption? The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. You suddenly claimed there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that. Happy 420! Yeah, baby! Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice. Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. I'm just surprised you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never! Honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, we don't know yet, your imagination. Well, I know because I've played this game, but people who are playing this game are not supposed to know at this point. In a way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you could do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I have no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. All right, chat, that's the end of the stream. See you tomorrow. Just kidding. Phoenix, it might be time to drop Palatro. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Miss Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orly take the stand. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser.
Not. Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer.
I've just been Italian there for a second. I'm gonna have to figure out the best accent for her now, because she's no longer, she's like,
People call me
Olga Quick Fingers Orly. Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like, oh, really? Clearly, I don't go Russian anymore. I think I go sassy now. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. I do not, Pixel. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cause doubt on all of his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, oh really. How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orly. It's oh really, whatever. It's... The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad. You hear me? Bad! When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. But I am cute. I don't call people. I don't disagree with that statement. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. Maybe I should just go Valley Girl for her. That makes sense. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. And Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no good cheated defendant. The wildest voice changes. I know. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect! That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no good cheating defendant. Different personality, but the same testimony. Leave you have her where you want her, Justice. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony has not. That means there's got to be a contradiction in there. Quite. Let's press everything, and once you guys see the contradiction, you let me know. This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I set it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bull Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would have been forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. He searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long storied career, never has Quick Fingers or really been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Oh, look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Next one, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Press. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense were afraid for baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Akira, why do you keep saying that? Well, of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Miss Wright hit him. Bloop, bloop. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Well, what's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. You can kind of see it there.
Gotcha!
Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, You touched the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her the most of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an irreversible impression on your neck is this. Well, chat. Noodle says the bottle. But Noodle's also admitting that they're stupid. Oops, I accidentally just clicked it. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more than the moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her.
Mr. O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sights till the cops got there. Pixel, we saw that earlier. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Your eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like?
Oh, well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime.
He sat in a daze at that table. The cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all that testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... Well, chat, what is it? Total bullshit. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. This is what your imagination wants to present right now. Mrs. O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant.
Eh?
And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of Borscht Bowl Club.
Ah!
So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely.
Eek!
The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me! You, some master of cheating you turned out to be!
Eek!
When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this!
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar.
What?
3 were in that room that night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And that denouement, I know that word, I just don't know how to pronounce it. I've read it multiple times. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Fuck me. Denouement, is that it? Fuck me. I don't usually see this word spoken out loud. Denouement. Okay, denouement, got it. But that argument was murder. I will forget it immediately. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person.
Ha! This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there is no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry? Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red, yet there is one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Chat, do you remember the beginning of the trial? This might be a question only people who were here at the start of the stream might be able to answer. You weren't there. You were absent. I'm gonna wait till there's multiple people saying things. We're going for pain. Apollo, do you seriously think that? I think I'm seriously confused. I'm seriously sorry. That didn't go well. Well, it can't be helped. I almost missed it myself. But it doesn't do anyone good to turn their eyes away from the truth. Does it, Kristoff? Eh? Mr. Gavin? You don't mean... Kristoff Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo! Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs retched in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff. You know even I did never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane. Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect him to correct us either, Bakiri. If I know he did that, I would have just presented the correct thing after chat has had their chance to guess.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright is staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Mr. O'Reilly... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Everyone's saying yes. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. At 2, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Witness testimony. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Chatty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bull Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. And as I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Cross-examination. I'm gonna press everything. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bull Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Chatty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left.
5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed to the restaurant during that time?
That would have been a faithful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Chatty Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall?
Luck, so true. That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Mr. Olga O'Reilly mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in the Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call them out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card.
The card she planted?
Yes, I stuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon?
Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. I don't see shit in here. I'm gonna be real, chat. That sounds like terrific trauma. A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew it was coming. Oh, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. And when you returned, the victim was already... dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. The truth has to be in there somewhere. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Here are the statements. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Chatty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood steaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call, the defense attorney Gavin. Yes, this is the Phoenix Wright. Come on, chat. What's the answer? Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? What? Mr. Wright? Surely, ... is it all you have to say for yourself? I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. Judge, how did you pronounce that? How did he do that? We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Alright, chat, now what? Can we arrest Phoenix? He's already arrested. We're in trial trying to stop him from going to jail. He's our client. All right, I'm gonna confirm some thoughts I have in the evidence list on my side. Okay, no, it's not. Okay. Hello, Melania, Blade of Mikola. How are you? You're not seeing it? I'm not gonna say out loud unless there's like another thing that happens. We did, Bakiri. It just kicked us back to the testimony. Pixel, present right cell phone on what statement? Why are you just saying yes? Yeah, that evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Yeah, it's not. We're on a full cross-examination. It's not Max Payne. I actually don't know the answer to this either. One sec. Okay, I think I know what it is. I know what it is. Let's see if chat can figure it out. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. JB wants to present the cell phone on this statement. Hi, Cassandra. It says it literally on the stream as well, Bakiri. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. You sure about that? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice. Ah, that didn't go so well. And Hanatoro has now got something else to go for. Hanatoro, if you want people on your side, explain your reasoning. Anyway, he wants to present this photograph to this statement here. Here's the photograph that Hanataro is suspecting. Do you agree with them? Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice, next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And? I picked his hat off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I could say is, I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin, this witness testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. Beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back to the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. Oh, I said that wrong too. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borshit Bull Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pat? Oh, that's right! Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor! I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess of the day. Shit. It's getting intense, chat. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
Huh? What?
Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace? Where do I remember that card from?
Mr. Smith's hand was 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently. But where? That's when I made the connection. Bloody ace added to the court record. Okay, I just wanted to check to make sure there's nothing like crazy there, and I don't think there is. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break here. I need to go to the bathroom, and I need to get some water, because, yeah. So I'm gonna play a quick ad. I'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere, guys. All right, I'm back, bitches. Fuck you all. What the fuck's going on in chat? I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm just going to consume product. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back. Why does the bird have to be mean? The bird's gonna be as mean as he wants to be. You be jamming. All right, gamers. Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? So how about that, chat? Our assistant in the first case is now being put to the witness stand accused of murder. What a crazy first case this is, huh? If only the rest of the game was this crazy. Anyway, moving on.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? This is the first case? Yes, this is the first case, Pixel. Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I guess he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Objection! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Let's go! But Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Alright, Christoph, what's up, bitch? The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window in the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Yeah, well, he's kind of being accused for murder. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. What are we doing, chat? Pressing? Presenting? Anything strike you as odd the first time that go through? Press? Got it. That man? You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player. It was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see.
What happened then? What are you, Lucario? He'd be cooler if he was. I went down into the basement and peeked through the little window to the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. Yeah, Pixel, you're right. I would be. Like, I'm not gonna deny that. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. How do you know it was right after the murder? But it wasn't gambling. That would be illegal. Yep. Really no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those are the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least.
And we're back to where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been something else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said! Ah yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps he could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How could I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace. Right. Well, Mr. Justice? The question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? Can we, chat? Don't forget to refresh your evidence lists just in case you need to know. The wolf says show the ace of spades. Akiri says show the trump card. Well, chat, do we agree with what the Wolves and Bakiri is saying? It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why? It's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Bullshit Pool Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all. Objection! No, impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How could you be so sure? What? I would think that the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose? The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Here it is, chat. The greatest line of all of Ace Attorney. the absolute greatest line in all of Ace Attorney history. What a fucking legend this guy is. He said the thing. It is quite based. Meanwhile, I must remind you all that this game was released in 2007. Okay, just to give some context. Okay? What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. I have hiccups. My tale is quite based, you're right. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. 3D, chat. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, There was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Well, chat. Were you paying attention? Try to explain your reasoning, too. The facts. There was a bloody ace found in the victim's hand. There, that doesn't fit. People are saying 2 right now. So this is a heads up. This is supposed to be like right. This is the victim. This is the witness. And this is Gavin. Gavin looking through the wall as he testified. The victim, the bloody poker card would probably be around here, right here. The witness, which was the girl who's up. Anatoro is saying V. Everyone else is saying 2. And Anatoro, I just want to confirm as well, this game's new to you, right? Like, you don't know the answers and everything like that? I'm gonna raise that question to everybody in chat, actually, just to be safe. I don't want to make sure nobody's spoiling. Good. Okay. I think I just whatever. Are we doing 2? Chat, are we committing to 2? Or are we doing what Hanatoro said with V? Or are we doing one of the other 2? Guys, we need some consensus here. You need 2 things, so just present. Okay, I guess we're presenting 2. Okay, yeah, there we go. Do we have 3 votes? The second witness's position is the problem. The second witness's? That would be Mr. Gavin, yes? The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps, perilous is a better word. Ugh. I cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location. I'm afraid you're more than in peril of a penalty this time. Your Honor, one more chance, please. I suppose. Do think it over, Mr. Justice. You were wrong! Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? So we know it's not 2 now. Pixel, that's what we literally just presented. Why are you saying that it must have been 2 and we just confirmed that's wrong? There's one of these 3. There was a... Take a look through the evidence, chat. you might want to take a quick look through the evidence and think about the new facts. There was a... We got some people saying W. Hanatoro is saying V. Some people are saying K. Bixel's trying to present the K, but we now have some people saying V. Don't overthink it, chat. But also think it. Come on, guys. Use your brains. I believe in you. You have to... Anatoro, it's asking for two things. So I would suggest just typing in present, like, 0, then the letter. W? Hanatoro wants to do V. You have to wait now a little bit, Hanatoro, because your imagination just triggered one. Do we have a different answer for this all? Pixel, why do you think it's K? Hanatoro presented their reasoning for V, and your imagination, have you presented a reason for W? So Hanatoro's reason for V is the victim must have been standing with his back to the table for the blood to go up his head and land on the card. That is Hanatoro's reason for V. Do you guys have a reason for K or W? If you want to convince chat, you got to bring your reasons forward. But what does that have to do with the bloody ace, Pixel? We got to think about that in the context of the bloody ace. Because this whole question started with the presentation of the bloody ace. So if the bloody ace... Okay, your imagination. Guys, come on. I now know chat doesn't pay attention. It's a shame, really. Because they kind of... Hi, Quill. Hanatoro wants to present V. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think that any blood would fall behind the body, not under the table in front of him. Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right! So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. All right, chat. The reason why I was saying, it's a shame chat wasn't paying attention is because right before it was asked this question, they pointed out the fact that the blood was running back behind him. They literally, like, if you were to go into like the chat history here and like scroll all the way up, try picturing the scene. The body of the Luxus was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped the card out, single card with a drop of blood, there was one decisive problem. There was a no, I don't think they did spell it out though. They did mention the fact that it was like the blood was running down his back, whatever. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. Yeah, it's a bit too far back, unfortunately. Yeah, tell Twitch to shut it. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around? Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? So if the victim was facing away, whose position here doesn't make sense? JP says K. Secret says W. The Wolves wants to present K. It timed out, but are we still gonna go for this? Yes, we are. The victim was struck from the front, correct? By the way, if you're just wondering, it does say he was struck from the front in the autopsy report, so don't forget to check your evidence. No. Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front, sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Seeing a lot of people say it, so. The killer had to be standing, well, up here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Ugh, I thought I was onto something there too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming that the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! Oh my! What's this? Oh! Well then! What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? True Battle, who thinks he's a combatant? I know, right? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? Well, chat. Everyone's just saying yes. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Ugh, don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window of that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness this crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Boar's Bowl Club. They examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Ah, yes, I believe I saw something mentioned of this sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses can get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. The time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Why did you do that? Wait, here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out of the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Ugh. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne!
Yeah! Yes, Your Honor!
The prosecution will continue its investigation. Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin. Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is used illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Legal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. A bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes! The finger of the pots in the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? Ah, see how we caught the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you could come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to, you know?
Don't let him trick you into thinking explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? All right, chat, take a look through the court record. Right now. It's apparently in plain sight, so you should have no problems, right? Do it, do it, do it. It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? You want to present this photo? So why are Wright's fingerprints on the bottle upside down? Your imagination did this one, where Zoldo's trying to do this one. You changed your mind? You want to go with this one now? All right, I'm seeing a lot of people say yes for it, so we're gonna go for it. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up, without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck, with your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. Look at this graph. You would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it's that simple. Call our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, and then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. I know, right, Zoldo? What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. Objection! I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borshit Bull Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you gonna dust that for fingerprints too? I wouldn't be surprised if anywhere on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. There's something inside the bottle. Ta-da! What's this? That card! It can't be! Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling Devocha. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. The Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone! The trap failed! Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Ah! The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Kristoff Gavin. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
Poor Payne, he gets nothing. I believe this time we'll finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shaddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by the very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. The smell of discarded plot lines. Look, Quill, it's fine. It's okay. It's whatever. Court is adjourned. So how's that for our first case, chat? Fortunately, it's a little bit downhill from here. Case 4 is awesome. I really like Case 4 in this game. And you will too. Case 4 is great. But Case 2 and 3 are just kind of whatever. They're still fun though, and we're going to go through them. So it's good. You missed all of it. Welcome, meme. How dare I know the game? I played this game fucking years ago. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gab, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... Well, that's Chase 3. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. This is a weird vibe I'm getting. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Oh, shiz. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that this locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. Pixel, people are allowed to change their clothes, you know? And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside of it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. That's the real Phoenix, right? Where's the heart hoodie? You'll see it in Dual Destinies. I think that's a costume he has, which we will be doing because this game seems to be... The viewership is strong so far for this, so we're probably going to do the whole trilogy, but we're going to take breaks in between them. So I'm going to do Apollo Justice, we're going to do some games in the middle, we're going to do Dual Destinies, do some games in the middle, and then we're going to do Spirit of Justice. So we're going to do all three, but like, we're going to take our time with it. Where did this Phoenix Wright go in the future games? This Phoenix Wright in this game is a fucking badass. And then he, like, in the immediate next game, he's exactly like he was in the original trilogy. Which is fine, I'm okay with it. But like, this Phoenix Wright is like fucking Giga Chad. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge. Yes, I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I bet this was the forged evidence. What was it, chat? This is what the wolves at Pixel are saying. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. Yeah, you could do that, Quill, it's funny. I accept it anyway, it's fine. The court can't accept this as evidence, it's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think that the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. And you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Ugh. Ugh. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you'd like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Yes, we punched Phoenix Wright. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. Shoryuken! My name is Apollo Justice. A journey at law. This is how my story begins. I think one of the biggest problems with the Apollo Justice trilogy is that Apollo gets a little sidelined. It should be pretty obvious from that first fucking trial that Phoenix Wright kind of stole the show a bit. But it's fine. I think they really do Apollo justice and Spirit of Justice. Like, I love that game. I think Spirit of Justice is the best of the Apollo Justice trilogy, and I'm looking forward to getting to play through that again with you guys, because it's been a long time since I've played through it. He's cornered in a room with them. Also, it contains Athena. Doesn't have a huge role in Spirit of Justice. Dual Destinies is more of Athena's game, but it's fine. Continue on to the next episode. Let's go. Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you die. June 15th, 9:12 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1, fight! But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. Law Offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there! You found the right place! Welcome! What's with this girl? The child. Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Great, she makes puns. Well, I guess defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me, defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? Wright & Co. Law Offices, right? Oh, I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the site out front again? What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy Wright. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. All right, chat. So this is going to be our first instance of the examination part of the game, which is unfortunately not the most present heavy. So I'm not really quite sure how to make this part interactive because it's somewhat on rails. So we'll just have to wing it. If it ever asks me to present something or choose something with consequences, you guys will do that though. Otherwise, yeah. He's nuts! So, is this really a talent agency? You bet! Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Juicy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too. I am a professional, you know? Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright. Pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why? There are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. That's one way to have a talent agency. This is pathetic. So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. Get it? Please don't fucking say that. You're like 16. 15. I was off by 1 year. Whatever. No. I'm in charge of this whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. She's just like, huh? About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. The news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay, which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now, and give this showbiz skiz some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Palatro hit him too hard, bro. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh my gosh, it's this fucking guy.
And visitors, are you?
Yeah, and you are the doctor?
Yeah, well, Dr. Hickfield's the name.
Good morning, doctor.
Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah, she's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined?
Oh my gosh. Doctor, the nurse is looking for you.
Why, if it isn't the Daddy-O, the cutest little thing in town? I'll be off later, Juicy.
Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Can we be the next murderer if Juicy ever says she's a sugar daddy again? I will allow it. I will allow it. Actually, no, I'll leave that on for a little longer. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve. I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Oh my gosh, Phoenix Wright gets abused in video games, man. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Ow! Fucking ow! He's after MEC3, he's invincible. I believe it. This guy, man. Sorry, Pixel. It was needed. Bro survived Galactus. A car accident is nothing. True. He really is as lucky as they say. And yeah, he fell from a bridge too. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot, I'm not buying it. The damage occurred when Phoenix hit it. Incredible. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. She calls herself a... I know, right? That doesn't sit right with me either. Aw, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So, why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Oh, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. You don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we gonna pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. I'm gonna, unfortunately, dash your hopes a little bit right now, Humongous. We don't see Maya until Spirit of Justice. I'm just gonna dash those hopes for you right now so that your expectations aren't, like, inflated. Who is Maya? They're from the original trilogy. Don't worry about them, Pixel. She's not in the Dual Destinies DLC, Bakiri. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, she doesn't show up till Spirit of Justice, so... In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly. Huh? What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. I actually really love how they wrote Phoenix Wright in this game. All right, so who's this client? Ah, yes. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, al dente's. I played piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck! Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, 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 hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's gonna make me investigate this after all. Map added to the court record. Speaking of, I forgot to reset the court record. My apologies. Let me do that right now. There we go. Hit refresh on your hit refresh on your evidence list so you don't get confused. Whole bag has to be a pile of dusted bones at this point, probably. Okay, so here's the map. I believe I have a picture of the map in there. I do think that the picture I have in there is a little bit more fleshed out than the map that's presented right now, but I don't think it takes very long for that map to get updated to that point anyway, so it's not a big deal. So you're getting slight, extremely minor spoilers. All right, to the right talent agency. Let's see who our client is, chat. She flirted with Death, and Death was like, fuck this, I'm out. Fucking old bag. Hey, hey, hey! How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client? Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Oh, yes, the name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. The noodle? You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodles in town. Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles! Help me out here, Chusadal. This is Mr. Kaida Eldoon, our client. Maybe you could tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon? Anything for you, Chusadal. Okay. This guy's a character. So, you run a noodle stand, mister? He has a harmonica? Yes. Eldude. Guy Eldude's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. I am fool I was. I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops, picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. Fuck, now I want ramen. Fuck! I want ramen now, chat. Ah! I have ramen. Wait! I could make some. There is instant ramen. Brother! Make me ramen! Fuck you! He said no. You heard that? I'll take a break later and maybe make some. Alright, Destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldude's noodles. So tell me more about Eldon's noodles. Yes, you missed something funny. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during his attorney days too. Yeah, him and his assistant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Eh? Hey, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bull bout now. What do you mean? It was stolen! My stand! Gone! Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. That's not something you should be proud of. Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and popped by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My key, my castle. Oh. Meme, post it in the Discord. One second. Okay. Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anywho, that's the deal. Good luck. Good. Huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls will kill a man. Then I really need a fence. Alright, I want to see this clip myself too, because I want to see how it appeared. I want ramen now, chat. Ah! I have ramen. Wait! I could make some. There is instant ramen. Brother! Make me ramen! Fuck you! He said no. Okay, this is a pretty great clip. I might trim it a bit and then feature it, but it's pretty funny. Okay. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. Drop by if you need any info, okay? Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery?
Well, someone stole a pair of my...
Yeah, chat. Welcome to Apollo Justice Chapter 2. This is the life of this chapter. Get ready for jokes related to panties. You're just going to have to accept it and understand that this game is Japanese right now, okay? Just remember this is a Japanese game. Okay? Just remember that, okay? Okay? Let's all be real normal about this, okay? You love the disclaimer. just okay, we all need to calm down, okay? So they were stolen. Your my panties, yes. Right. Panties. That's a crying shame, Nat. It's true, Sidal.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them, my favorite. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait!
Well, that was certainly brave of you.
But I lost them. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
A damn crying shame, yup.
Well, at least the scene.
It's not that bad, meme, okay? It's not that bad. But it's not great either. Don't worry, chat. It's like, it's a little bit more normal than you think. It's just still weird. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right. And you help out, you still here too, you hear? I actually really like the murder mystery in this chase. Like, there's a lot of great twists in this case, but it does have, like, kind of an annoying blemish on it in that regard. I will say that. But it's just, like, yeah, it's just a little cringe. It's probably the best way to word it. It never gets, like, inappropriate. It's just kind of cringe. It's probably the best way to word it. We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's weird. Well, the first item on our list. Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item, can we answer Apollo's question? Who is going to pay us for this? Mr. Eldoon's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. You can just, I think what makes this case kind of satisfying is that you can feel Apollo's pain. You can feel it because we are feeling the same pain he is. We can really relate to him on a spiritual level throughout this case. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. So we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. All right, chat, where are we going first? The accident scene or the stand theft? Where do you want to go first? Pixel wants the accident. For these, I think I'm just gonna go first come, first serve. So Pixel said the accident, so we're going to the accident. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car? According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there too. The fuck is this woman doing? What the fuck is she doing?
Excuse me, can we have a few words with you?
You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating?
That's quite a house you've got there.
You must have a lot of money.
Whoa, money sounds like something my son would call his friends.
This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. Eh? You, kid with the hair. You want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye! Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? The Kitaki family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Oh, shit. Oh boy. And meme, I got your message. I'm just gonna sending you a quick DMs to like kind of alleviate some of your concerns. Okay, good. You hear my keyboard, yeah. Right. Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear?
I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum.
I'm Little Apollo Justice Attorney at Law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. All right, chat. Let's talk to the mafia. Let's talk to the fucking Yakuza. In a second, though. I need to check something. Okay. Little Plum? That's a really cute name for somebody, so... Yes? Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? I love how Trucy just doesn't give a fuck. She's just like, okay. Sword? Whatever. That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. So true. I love this line. I fucking love this line. This is such a good fucking line.
Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters.
Gangst? Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please, I'm begging you here. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this.
It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night.
Last night.
Oh, of course you know I wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait.
Yes?
You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away.
I love how even they're impressed. They're just like, just fucking, Phoenix Wright just flies fucking into a telephone pole. It's like, wow, that sucked. That's my daddy. I should have known. Bro just tanked the hit. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Yo, Mike, I think we found Phoenix's true calling here, chat. Capo? Point man? To avoid using too much industry lingo.
In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning.
That car accident. Me too. Just like, somebody should recreate it in Source Filmmaker and make him ragdoll into the telephone pole and then just walk away. That's what we should do. Somebody make that happen. Do it. Fucking ship it. Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. I found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see.
I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. But when you, why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any, like, goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes.
But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I've availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage.
Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Well, let's examine the trash can then, shall we? Who dis? Who dat? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Well, too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Just hit Phoenix right with a She-Hulk level 3? I agree. That is exactly it. There's a big trash can on the way to the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney. Actually, huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? Why is it making me choose? Are you fucking joking? Oh my gosh. What do we take, chat? The slippers or the mirror? Mirror meme says mirror. Oh, right when I click mirror, fucking... Okay, never mind. We got, there isn't a wrong answer. I don't think there is. I think it's just that we have to present certain evidence to certain witnesses, most likely. So we have to come back and swap them, most likely. Hi, Doominette. All right, let me get that evidence into your list. I think we'll eventually get both of them, though. Okay, I added the mirror for now. I don't think it matters. Have you played this installment before? Yes, that's why I'm having chat play. Alright, let's find out what this woman's doing. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
Now don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. It's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. And a giant robot wolf goddess, a maverick hunter, and 2 half-demon brothers. Incredible stuff. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play somewhere else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Oh, shit. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are? Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Ah, why don't you kids run along and play somewhere else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxyclenodosatre? What? Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we gonna get some more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh yes, that nice woman. I'm actually getting hungry, Chad. I might take a break and make those ramen noodles. I'm not even joking. I'll wait till after we do the noodle stand part so it's thematic. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? You can't contribute to this one. Hi, Kiros! And no, you can't. You know everything. Don't spoil it for the fun ones. But you can watch. So there's a little letting the lawyer through. Look, I'll make the ramen later, okay? Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. Murder! Our favorite thing in Ace Attorney! Someone fucking died! You're kidding! What a morning! Trouble everywhere, the park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen at your house, too? A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. I got a bad feeling about this. Me, little Plum Kentucky, the victim of a panty snatcher. Of course. Of course. What? So it wasn't just mine that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that the panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing ones all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Miss Kami's having much in common. I just imagine Miss Kami's... Oh my gosh, Apollo. Please don't. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Yeah, Pixel, it's a thing in this case. Those blah blah unos dos tres. That's amazing. Great, so this is just some guy, yes. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, Mother.
She's a Kataki too?
Miss!
Here, our flyer. They changed the name. Even your defense. Call now. Oh my gosh. Fucking... That's how the Write Anything agency became a thing. The Write Anything agency? Anything agency? Yeah! Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting.
Goodbye.
Why did you give her our flyer?
I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help.
She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. All right, gamers. Let's go to the noodle stand. No! You can ban me now. I'm not banning you, Kyros. I love you. Kyros, I love you. Kyros, I miss you. Kyros, when are you gonna see me again? Kyros, when are you gonna see me again? When? Anyway. That's enough of that bit. 10 years. How can you say no to that face? For context, I know him IRL. For context. You are one of the few. He's some weird thing called a normie. Don't listen to him. Anyway, I want ramen. I'm actually... Let's wait till there's music, though. What's this place? This would be Mr. Aldun's house, silly. Oh, this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? Bargain! 3 shots for the price of 1! What a fucking deal! There's a sign. Maractus Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I'm not saying that word anymore. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Well, you found anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Okay, I'm gonna go make ramen. I'll be right back. I'll be right fucking back, chat. I want ramen. Really bad, actually. You know, same. We're on the same wavelength. Okay, ramen time. Be right back. It might take me like 5 minutes or so to make. But yeah, I'll be back. Hitting you with an ad. The water is boiling. I thought these noodles are supposed to be instant. Why aren't they ready yet? Instant is like seconds, isn't it? It's fucking bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I can't believe they're not ready yet. Unfucking real. I fucking hate this. I'll be right back.
not fucking boiled yet, chat. It's not fucking boiled yet. I'm only doing 2 cups of water. This is what true pain feels like. The nudes have been created.
I hope you were all patient while I made nudes. Okay. Nudes are real. They're cooling down right now. I literally just poured them from the boiling water into my bowl, so they're almost certainly way too hot for consumption right now. But that's fine. Back to video games. Let's talk to the other nude man. All right. So your stand, Eldon Noodles, was it? Eldon's Noodles. I passed down from father to son. This stand seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you must say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldon's Noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, son of boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained son. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time you bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. But blowing my whistle like always, crying in the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for the late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease, and I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. That many people eat noodles for breakfast? I would. I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. This stand had my whole life in it, nay, my whole being. They took everything? Oh, my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look, there, on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my under. I don't. What word could I use instead of this? Chat, help me. What did they actually steal? Clothes. Sure. The nudes are good. It's a crying shame, that is. They have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's clothes. They stole her badge. Oh my gosh, it's perfect. The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you? Feh. I wouldn't pull it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little eminosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Is this yours, Mr. Eldon? Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldon's Noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy. I'm begging ya. Bowl added to the court record. Well, let's check out the garage, shall we? This is the place. This is where that clothes snatcher ran. Ah, fucking me. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Okay, maybe I will just say it. Clues, like a pair of. Okay, stop. Trucy, could you try not saying? Thank you, Apollo. Thank you for saying it. Oh my gosh, we have someone who's sane in here after all. Oh, what's this, chat? What could this be? There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Let's examine this first. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. Do I show evidence, chat? Yes, it is. Chat, do we show evidence? Yee. I think I do have just the clue you got in mind. What are we presenting, chat? Do we all agree with the mirror? I mean, yes. I think when it comes to with the present moments in the investigation segments, I'm not gonna wait for the official one. I'm just gonna go with first person in chat because there's no health loss. You know? There's no stakes. We'll just keep it moving, you know? But the trials is the real shit. Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out. Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? Okay, we just saw this like 2 seconds ago. I don't need this flashback. I'm not saying this out loud. Well, looks like we've just solved a case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Drucy. Oh, what's in here? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow, I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in there! What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! My panties! What? Already? We found them, chat. Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for... Please, don't. What are those? Me sitting here with popcorn. Of course, they've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to... Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in them? Ta-da! Whoa! Where'd that come from? How did that bowl get in there? They're an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic one. It's one of your best tricks. They're a prop for a magic show, chat. Calm down. They're a prop for a magic show. Calm down. Magic? They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean they are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner! Alright. They're in the evidence list now, chat. And you're just gonna have to accept that. Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the one that ran off with them. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Cell phone added to the court record. Apollo! Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Oh, okay. Doesn't seem like the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Alright, also, we gotta examine it, chat. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on. A step ladder? How is that different from a regular ladder, then? It's much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form, at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Hey, a kitty cat! Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Stop coming down. You do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. She won't make you it's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Eek! Someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton. And painted gold? There's a mannequin hand waving from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Alright, I think we're done here. Where to next, chat? The courtroom? We don't even have a client yet. We're going to the clinic. We gotta tell, huh? Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination? He'll probably be back soon. Let's wait. I think it might take some time. Eddie always loves his examinations. Don't ask, Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yeah, I guess you're right. His cross-examinations. That's the joke, I think. The depression noodles? I'm not depressed. These are the happy noodles. I think we trade our evidence now. Yes, I'm searching through the trash. Searching through the trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? Oh, I'm not allowed to? Huh. Okay. Let's examine the paint then. There's paint splash all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. And I'm left to clean up this mess. If I ever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. I'm not really sure where to go next. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of hydro still what's it? No dice. She's gonna struggle forever. I'm probably missing an examination somewhere. Hi Jinsoku, how you doing today? Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yup, sure does. Name's Spoon, and it's a she, by the way. Feel like a fox? That's good, I think. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Follow, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Murakitas Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. Is that a good thing, Jinsoku? They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? Looks like they have a special offer going on. Three shots for the price of one. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Feel like a cheese wedge. Doesn't if there's an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Oh, sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no. Nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. You look like the right age to be playing doctor. Need a little more info on this Murakitas Clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldon. He's their neighbor and all. And we should check out that garage. I did check out the garage already. Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front. That probably gave someone food poisoning, I bet. It was at risk of getting someone food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. Just a matter of time before he got what's coming to him. The wrong crowd? Never you mind about that. What do you mean the wrong crowd, bro? I'm actually not sure what to go next. Maybe, okay, right's back. Got it. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you young'uns on the case. Let's old Daddy-o get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? Damn, he's... Okay, good. He's still older than me. Thank fucking God. Thank goodness he's still older than me. By only 2 years, but we don't talk about that. We've cleaned up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing! You found him so quick! Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. The dinosaur age? I mean, true, yeah. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave you that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Murakitas Clinic. Murakitas, huh? I've heard of them. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What's this Maractus clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. The clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. The Kentucky family, chat. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Looked like something had happened in that park. Ah, a body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern, in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find the noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid? We solved the case of your accident and, found a missing article of clothing. My panties! That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Oh, this is such a good dynamic. It's so funny. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Okay. Oh, she's here. You're the woman from the Kentucky place.
Yes.
I knew it! Something the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please.
Thank you. My name is Tiala. Alita Tiala. I have a request.
Your request. Let me guess. Something's been stolen?
Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought...
What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me?
Maybe you could tell us what happened?
Were you hit by a car? So it's still your stand? Or your pant? Fuck off.
No, I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you could call him.
Fiancé? What happened to him then?
He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder.
Murder?
Have you heard about what happened at the park?
So, what's your story? You frequent the Kentucky mansion, yes? You member of their, organization?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son.
The boss's son? So he's, like gangster.
Yes, but the Kentuckys are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life.
I think you're onto something. It's Kentucky, I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. What happened?
I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park near the Kentucky mansion.
There are a lot of police cars there. Hi Noah, how are you doing? We're playing Ace Attorney, and the viewers are playing.
Apparently the victim was shot with a pistol, but I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual.
And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé is the Kentucky family's only son, correct?
His name is Waki Kentucky. I brought a photo.
Well, that's quite the photo. He seems like a character, doesn't he?
I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute.
But if he's the boss's only son...
Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday.
Say, I'm a boss already of this agency.
Please help my walkie. Please.
Right. My first solo defense case. Crime boss son or not, I'll prove he's innocent.
I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those.
Letter of request added. No, we won't. I'm sorry. Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. 1 second. I want to check something. Wait, what? Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of lingo, like calling a hit or a hitman. Oh, you mean gangster talk. So does that hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman? I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Someday they should. They're definitely wacky enough to, like, make it work. Alright, time to go check out the scene of the crime, chat. Or we could go to the detention center. Should we go visit our client first, chat? Or should we go to the park? Client? Any objections to that? No objections. We'll go see our client. One second, I was just checking something. Holly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. You need something? Yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Walkie Kataki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Drat. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. Well, we're gonna have to meet our client later, chat. Sorry for the letdown. So this is it. My first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Tiala must have used the Kataki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. This is the first time I felt this way with a man. Oh my gosh. He's already hitting on me, chat. What voice should I use for this motherfucker? He's like German, right? I can't do a German accent. I'm not good at that. I can't, Mr. Gavin? Ah, Fraulein, what a sweet morsel like you're doing in such a dismal place. Can I help? Yes? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Ooh, really? By your leave, officer. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Ah, very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! I'm just gonna let this 15-year-old into the scene of a murder crime. Hey, what about me? We found the noodle stand, chat. Chat, we found the noodle stand. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Frodin. I'll be riding on it. Who was that? Eek! Frolin. I'm sorry, I don't speak German. I can't pronounce that shit. I'll do my best. I don't know a good accent for him. Apollo, look! Corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out? So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Hi, Emma. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. She actually is a detective in this game, Bakiri. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give you the position I requested. Then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. Okay, she's just gonna say the same thing. Alright. Thanks, Emma. You're very useful. So this is the body, apparently. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals. Scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find, at least. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Apollo, look! That stand! It says Eldun. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Menu. Ramen. 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 Rice ball. Incredible. That's an amazing menu. Anyway, we can't do much here. Yes. Of course I have. You joined my stream as I was playing it. Yes. Buy 3 ramen, get 1 rice ball full price. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there's a problem? No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me! Oh, right, you're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. I forgot how much of a shithead Phoenix Wright is in this game. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Elton's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That's funny, detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? I didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This is about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Apollo, tell me about this prince of Trucy's. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances, after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. And what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, that detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. Whoa, what are we going to be doing to this detective? White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. You gotta get some white powder, chat. Some cocaine. Totally not juggling. This must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. He's getting more and more suspicious. White powder placed gingerly into pocket. Gingerly, chat. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Present it. Does this ring any bells? Is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how did you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? This is a shock to Emma. Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks? You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. That powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. Suddenly we're cool, yep. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Well, I hate to say it, but there's a very real chance that this might. Never mind. Actually, maybe this. Nope. Nice try, look. It might have been, okay? But I should be able to examine the crime scene now. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What? You think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah. Taking care of business. Little plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. And this is Mr. Eldun's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldun in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark on his paper lantern there looks familiar. It's going to be a little weird telling him, what with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right! Congratulations, Apollo! And leave us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. We love murder! Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here! I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those! Those are preserving the crime scene! Oh, I guess the police put these tarps here after all. There's got to be a good clue or 2 around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look! Another pair of... underwear. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at... Trucy, I don't want to be... Trucy, please stop talking. Trucy, oh my god. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine! Could these have been stolen too? I'm sorry, chat, but they also get added as evidence. Anyway, 3 guesses who that belongs to. Have I ever played Pokemon? Yes, all the time. I'm gonna be playing any new Pokemon game that comes out on stream. Oh, Mr. Eldun! Hello! Looks like he left. And we found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Ah, what a bummer. Have I ever played Ace Attorney? I don't think I have, actually. Do I like Zygarde? Zygarde's cool. Might be able to see my client now. Never mind. Zygarde 50% form? I can't remember what that looks like. I'm gonna have to say yes if it does. I can't remember though. Have you ever played Monster Hunter? Yes, and I'm gonna be playing Wilds, don't worry. Oh, right! I can't remember. I can't believe I've been forgetting to do this lately. I have a survey for 2025 games, and I just haven't been advertising it. Go fill that out if you've got time. It'll let you, it'll let me know what games to play in 2025 that you might want to see me play. So go do it. No way, Vikiri. That's impossible. There's no way that it matches that. There's no way I'd be so uninspired like that. Why is it? Actually, it's probably Nargacuga. Maybe a little bit of Malzeno in there as well. Ah, I knew that was coming. I must have missed something. Oh yeah, the knife. I'm stupid. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Ooh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? Then there might be fingerprint. Let's investigate. Oh, okay, apparently it's in my evidence. Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint? Look closely at the handle. You don't know the names of my models? This one you're looking at right now is the Uncia, or as we in the community like to call it, the Bika. This is the Kirin. It is mildly considered to be my main model. I'm currently working to get face tracking on this one soon-ish, maybe. It's gonna cost me money. Once I get face tracking on this one, you're gonna be seeing it all the time, like all the time. This is my mantled beast. This is actually my first time showing you the hoodie I gave it on stream. Yeah, I gave it a hoodie. This is the mantled beast. You want one? Too bad. Alright, next one is the male Staroka. This is the male Staroka. It's fish. It is fish coated. Male Staroka. And then there's Freaky Freakhound. This is the Freakhound. Also has face tracking. And where is there? And the Wicker Beast. This is the Wicker Beast. And there you go. That's all of them. I hope you enjoyed the slideshow. Thanks for showing me. Thank you for taking the survey. No, it can't, the wolves. No, it can't. Those black spots? That's right. Big one you want to analyze. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. With a press of space, like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on. And blow it off. But blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use R and... Wow, amazing! It's like magic! Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Thanks, Noah. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. Good. Clear. Quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police office has samples, so you can tell whose finger this print belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Who is it, chat? Not like it matters. Okay, like, obviously it's... Who does it, chat? Walkie, you're right. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. There. Benches line the river running through the park. Ah, little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water. The river's a little deep for splashing. A little dirty. Oh, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing. What's wrong with white chocolate, Abundus? White chocolate's sick. Also, hi. Can I speak to my client now? A white chocolate disliker? We're not friends anymore. I'm kidding. Or am I? Ooh, cheap stuff is I kind of like the cheap stuff. I would take the white chocolate too, to be quite honest. I love white chocolate. Have you ever had white chocolate ice cream? It's kind of like vanilla, except different. It's hard to explain. It's nice though. Bro, why can't I tell the nudes that I got his stuff? The dark chocolates with mint in them are really hitting for you? Hell yeah. What am I missing? What am I missing, chat? I bought it. This is the thing that led you to the car? Yes, sir. The mirror you knocked off was just the clue we needed. Good work, Apollo. Of course, you might say, I was the one who made solving that case possible. You don't get points for knocking off a car mirror. Can I examine the phone? This is the only part I can examine. Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. Not much really to examine with it. I'm sorry, chat. We have to... Okay, good. I don't see anything worth examining with them. What about the gray ones? These bloomers sure have a distinct design. Certainly knew who they belonged to at a glance. That way she doesn't have to write her name on them. Genius! I don't think writing your name would be easier than drawing a plum blossom. Alright, moving on. Moving on. I think I'm probably not done here yet. Yeah, I forgot to talk to Emma. That's my problem. I'm just stupid. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Maractus. Ooh, where have we heard that name before? I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Autopsy report added to the court record. I mean, really, what's up with this case? Does it have to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me? Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Is it really asking me to present this? Chat, who's the fucking owner? Ah, fuck, hi, Yoda. Chat, who's the owner? We're doing this. Tell me. That's obvious. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldon's Noodles, Mr. Eldon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Noodle stand added to the court record. Now chat, watch the impossible happen. Whoa, how do we get the entire noodle stand in here? That's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy, man. You mean what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? Starting to see a connection here. Who, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky, huh. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. He's been out of the country for a while. He probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Can you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently. In the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his, by any chance. Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? That's, a witness to the crime really shouldn't be all that surprising in this day and age, I'm gonna be real. Can you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off to, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. A little detective put the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me! So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Alright, let's go say hi to our client, chat. Let's go meet Waki. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes. I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet.
Died you? You're the one on your way out, old.
Ah, they're here. Oh, he's spooky. This guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron.
You Aki's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kentucky. Fourth head of the Kentucky family, capiche?
Actually, I came to speak to your son.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear.
You gotta do more than understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like you here. You must be walkie. A G's not a G till he does hard time, biz boy. You'll see when I get out of here, things will change. Silence.
My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. That fucking face of his.
You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
So much for talking to our client. But we made so much progress today. We even found I had fun at least. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. To be continued. It's trial time, chat. You ready to get your thinking caps on? Because I need water, and I need water bad. So I'm going to be right back after I refill my water. All right, I'm back, but the ads are still running. So, subscribers, how are you all doing? This conversation is for you and you alone. Your money's paying off for 1 minute and 30 seconds. You have no ads, bitch, you cheater. You're subscribed as fuck right now. Bro, why'd you say that? What do you mean, why'd I say that? What? Why is Jeff getting me? I'm confused. Anyway, it says 50 more seconds of ads, so. Hey, Chad, I got something to show you. Chat, what do you think? How does this bird do this, man? Like, it's crazy, right? Crazy. It should never, like, that's crazy. Anyway, whatever. I think the ads are over. They are. Let's get back to the game. Reporting me to the Twitch cops? Shit. Here we go, gamers. Courtroom battle time. Get your thinking caps on. I gotta make sure the court record's all up to date. Give me a sec. Ah, we don't have the letter of request anymore. I'm pretty sure I could delete a row, right? And it doesn't fuck up the, Yeah, okay. Okay, looks good. Huh, Mr. Wright's not here today? He said his old foot injury was acting up. Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday. Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine. As long as you're there, Trucy. Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice! I started my voice training at 5 this morning. Ooh, do some now. I want to see. Hear. Oh, one sec. Face tracking's laggy. I will fix this by turning the phone off and letting it rest for a bit. I will stare into your souls for a second, chat. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. As I stare into your soul, chat. One sec. I'm gonna adjust things. Okay, looks fine now. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine, you know what I'm saying? Ah, good morning! Yo, sup? Hit you with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow, you know what I'm saying? Not really. Walkie, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can keep it real until they spend some hot time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. Bro, he's ready to beat me up. Let's fucking go, gamers. Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kataki. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready to rock and roll, Hef, Judge.
I gotta figure out a good thing.
Ready to rock and roll, Judge.
Oh, that's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Long time so neat. See, Professor Gavin. Are you taking a leave of absence?
You know that little brand I've started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say none to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, Ja.
I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I fear that you might still be distraught over that one trial.
Not to worry, Judge. I would have missed this day in the court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, Ja. How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? It was worth canceling a show or two.
Yeah? Okay, got it. Thanks, waifu.
Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious?
It is a court of law.
That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Judge.
They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achunga, baby. Today we play it my way. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get up in order to get down to prosecuting. Best prosecutor theme, not gonna lie. This is crazy.
The victim, Paul Mercatus, director of the Mercatus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand.
What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand?
Yes, I believe. You will only find that out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim.
What do you mean, undeniable?
If you want to glare at anyone, Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. This crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see.
Very well. Please admit this witness to the court.
Yeah. No, not yet. First, there's a little matter to be cleaned up.
Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is it? What is it, Professor Gavin?
The motive, Ertuds. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Mercatus Clinic?
Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that.
Oh? What if the defendant specifically requests to do so? As he did this morning. I want to give a shout to all my homies, I believe he said.
What? What is right? They always say that. On stage, you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity.
Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly?
Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. I'm gonna be real with you, Chad. I don't think in a real court of law would this be permissible, but we're in clown show court, so fuck it. So, you, son, are the defendant. Walkie, are you?
I ain't your son, old man. You step into a Kentucky, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best be prepared to step into jail.
You gotta hand it to him. Walkie sure has guts. It's not his guts I'm worried about. Well then, the court will now hear the testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. Witness testimony, chat. You got your thinking caps on? Because it's time. I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye! So I gotta go and get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night, you know what I'm saying? You're saying you were one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street, to that. I'll tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. Alright, gamers. You ready? I'll tell you one thing, that dog was a real quacker! First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. Someone had to show him what's what. By someone, you mean... Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean? You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind and did what had to be done. Straight gangsta style. But why were you so mad at this doctor? Yo, sit back and listen while I drop it, J-Man. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. So you were a patient at the Miraculous Clinic half a year ago. For what reason? I had what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? We had a little run-in with the rival's family. That's when I pulled a jack move. I ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me. Damn, dude. Shit. He could have died. He just got a fucking shot. He got shot. Motherfucker got shot. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting. And ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time. By yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. No, you weren't. You got shot, bro. So you were carried to the Miraculous Clinic from there? Apparently he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart and he's still alive? Damn, dude. Fucking lucky as shit. I could catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart. Bullets stopped just short of my thumper, you know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack dog. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure. That ain't all of it, Holmes. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. What do you mean he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though a doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So I gotta go in and get another doc to patch me up again. So this bullet is still... You know it! I can still feel it! Right there in my chest, press it up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Whoa, G-Man, we're in no accident, that's for shizzle. It seems that there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Walkie, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo, back straight. But why did this mistake only come to light that day? It was found during the family health checkup. The family checkup? That was the wackest thing of all. All of us G's lining up taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, biz boy. A relief to hear. Eh? What's a relief? Oh? Did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Sir Dr. Maractus has knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb within you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way, that's whacked. That is proof. Your checkup report. How ironic that you killed the man capable of helping you. Oh shit. Bro's about to fucking die. Walkie, 18 mail, report. Metallic object found near heart. Urgent exam needed. You're almost as careless as he was. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started. Started? We've had enough of a warm-up act, yeah? Time to hear from the witness. Walkie sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? Well then, this guy looks whack. So, you will tell us your name and occupation. My name is Wesley Stickler. My occupation! I take it you mean a profit society at large as supports a livelihood was deficient. I must confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation. And once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not just thought per se, but drives instead from the vagueness inherent in all representations of thought. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of the truth, honing my... Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. Incredible, thank you. You ask, quite simply, what I saw, however, understand that the Homo sapiens possess two eyes, each of these designed to receive and interpret data, sending images in the form of signal stuff. It just cuts him off! Okay. Alright, a night in the park. This motherfucker. Okay. We're in for a moment, chat. You ready for a moment? We're gonna have a moment. It's time for a fucking moment. Are you ready? Last night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping. When I saw them, one man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I could say with 100% accuracy that there was not. The pistol as our witness refers to as this. The court accepts this into evidence. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Trucy? Why are you staring like that at the witness? That man. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Alright, gamers. What are we doing? Remember to look at all the evidence. In the meantime, I'm gonna be pressing him. If you see something, go for the present, though. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping. When I saw them... On the way home from shopping, you say? Why go through the park? Ah, a fascinating inquiry. Reveling me capable of being insufficiently verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes, 24 seconds. Ergo, the time to complete the 2 is on average 6 minutes and 48 seconds. However, in the case that the questions aren't in the verbal category, admittedly not... That's enough. Enough. I get the idea. Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish the cross-examination sometime this month.
please. I have a recording booked after this trial.
And I've got a show to perform. Gee, sorry you're all so busy. One man holding a stand, another man facing him. Were these men talking by any chance? Ah, now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as, "You lied to me," oh, and "I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, pal." Ha 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 ha! It says his undefended claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet in the heart. If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Sounds like he heard them clearly enough to me. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he? I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It could have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. Huh? You see, in class, I always sit the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony, how? I mentioned this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say? Yet there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. He sure is confident. He seems to be telling the truth, too. Ugh. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same one as just submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely, you jest. Or so a common witness would be tempted to say. Huh? Yet I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that it was night in the park, which indeed restricted my field of vision due to the insufficient levels of illumination. Now, if we consider that the pistol, let us call it Object A, was indeed shot in darkness, it becomes difficult to say with a certainty that Object A was indeed Object A. I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly. My badge is for a normal witness. Yet the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Okay, so your imagination presented... He wants to present the autopsy report on this statement. Is what your imagination has presented. So here's the two evidence. Do we agree with this? Everyone's saying yes except Pixel. And then Wagner says JK yes. Objection! That's all of it. I think I have a chance. Is that you? Relaxing? I see, Justice. Huh? Oh, Objection! Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. Apollo! You're a bit late for that, Hanatoro. Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Oh, right. Look at this. The autopsy report? Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Right. A problem. Problem. Yes! The problem is the location of the entry wound. The location? You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolute. When I mean by this, for example, the deflection of a meter is 1/1 of the wavelength of light emitted by a krypton particle, as we all know. In addition, it is a well-known fact that krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy in your line of reasoning, namely that, Mr. Justice. Yes? What's your objection to these, krypton particle things?
This is the big time and you are obsessed with something so small? You disappoint me.
No, I'm not obsessed with something. I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell. Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was the right temple.
The temple?
Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? It is, right? Finally.
Justice. Oh, Justice.
Yes?
Your tactics are outdated. Trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles. Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright, was it?
Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to this testimony. This fucking face, dude. This fucking face. Oh my gosh. No, it's his brother, Pixel. This is his brother.
Forehead?
Forehead?
Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see two men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, Forehead?
Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout stop.
And you, Fraulein?
Me? Well, I'd probably scream eek.
And you, Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder?
Ah! If the victim turned his head at the last moment.
Ah, yes. Thank you for jogging my memory.
It sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. A Night in the Park 2.
As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action.
Cease this at once, you two! I cried with composure.
The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
I see. So you attempted to stop the crime.
Indeed, with composure.
Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he had shouted like that. If he hadn't shouted like that. That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately.
Let us consider this new testimony, shall we?
Observe the diagram, if you would.
The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it? Stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report.
That does seem to be the case.
Witness the power of a junior at Ivy's University's Department of Science.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness.
As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action.
So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened?
It could be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action.
That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot.
Huh?
You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. Starting to think this guy just really didn't think that through, did he? I don't think he thought it through, chat. He actually looks like he had no idea he was in danger.
Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed.
What a guy.
Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure.
Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice?
They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park.
And the victim responded to that clarion call.
Quite. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out.
Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned?
Indeed, I would say about the same time, to be precise.
And the victim didn't ask you for help?
It could be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step.
I'm totally sure that's the killer fired because Mr. Stickler started him. Don't say that too loud, Trucy. Please.
Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened.
Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly?
He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed.
He simply couldn't believe what he had done. I can't do it.
He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action, tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
You didn't try to apprehend the criminal?
It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time.
Wasn't something about that strike he was odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. Find something? Find what? I like that contradiction. Kinda sad to see it go. Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now? At least the testimony is getting a little clearer. She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this new testimony. You were presenting the gun on this statement? Okay. Hey! Gum Dick Shoe. Great name. Dick Gumshoe here, ace detective, and definitely not an ace defective. Got it. How you doing today? Hi, Shizuku. Objection! This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence in the statement just now revealed? Aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Justice, please think the facts over before making accusations. Sorry, guys, that was wrong. All right, chat, what do we do? This thing called Twitch, you decided to check it out? Wow, I don't know why you decided to come to this weird bird's channel, but I'm not complaining. I think so, yes. It's very funny. Anyway, what are we doing here, chat? With a long tail? Yep, I've been using it a lot lately. I like it a lot. I edited it to have the long tail. Because of course I did. So Trucy mentioned something in the about this statement in the press. Anatara wants to now maybe the gun on that. 1 second, let's say this. You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast. I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. Find something? Find what? I think I know what it is, yeah. So what are we doing, chat? Pretty sure it's this statement because Trucy kind of spelled it out for you guys. Are we doing this, chat? You can still say yes, even though it said timed out. I know, my bot's not very good. Objection! Wait a second. Tisk, another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we intended to wait just that? A single second? 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes 35... Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Am I to understand that you were objecting to the length of a second? Yes! I mean, no! Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Ah, a common ploy, made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right! He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Ah, the little girl is sticking to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. Then let's think like adults, shall we, Frolin? Eh? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Gotta admit, I didn't think of that, Apollo. Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? Well, chat. Okay, a lot of people are saying no, so I'm assuming we're going with that. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant. He threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. That sounds solid to me. Well, Forehead, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work. You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Huh? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Walkie drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure what Walkie threw away. You're right. Look at Trucy. You can. That's Phoenix's daughter, all right. He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect, and yet so wrong. Well, it can't be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that I once, in my youth, I wrote a love letter in my own blood that was seized by the teacher and posted on the blackboard for all to see, and for this the application poor might well be prefixed to my name, and for this you at hand. What we can say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defendants have anything to say about this? Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense seems to be thinking. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. Perhaps you could inform the court as to the nature of this something else? What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? Well, chat, what did they throw away? This is what Hinatoro wants to present. Is that a sword? I saw one of those on the late night movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? The single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, Forehead? You're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Waki Kitaki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. I mean, yes, but, like, he admitted that himself. Like, but he didn't kill the man. Oh. Indeed. Never underestimate Gavin is the lesson here. The court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. It is always the same with you people. Make left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming. Yes, that's what I said. Assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better. What is this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. From shot to call. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? I better find a way to take this testimony down quick. From shot to call. There's only 4 statements, but we're gonna press. And if you guys want to present something before I finish pressing, just let me know. My face tracking is really delayed right now. Probably because I've been streaming for a while. Here, I think this is a good time for me then to take a break. Just so that my face tracking can also have a little bit of a break. I'll be right back. Shizuku, I don't, but I could make one. Why do you want it? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, okay, I could definitely provide that then. Just join my Discord and remind me, because I'll probably forget, and I'll be going to bed after this stream, so... Okay, face tracking should be all good now. Hi, 7th. 7th, Devin, how are you doing today? Okay. I'm doing good. Yeah, no, Shizuku, I don't have a full reference yet. I can make one, though, is what I'm saying. Just remind me. It's the best view. Oh, shit, my arm was doing something weird there. Here, I guess I could do this as well. If you want, like, a full reference. I could give you a reference right now. There's the front. Side. Other side. And the back. Underneath. Up top. And there you go. I hope that was informative. Bye. Back to the game though. Okay, we're gonna press until you guys tell me to present something. Which way did the killer run?
By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction.
That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kataki mansion. And Chung, don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight. Ugh, how did he know that's where I was going?
Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience.
I'll probably make a reference sheet then, Shizuku. I should like, it's something I should have done anyway. I'll do it tomorrow. But just remind me if I forget, because like I'm busy tomorrow. But I'll probably be able to find time to do it. You were certainly composed as someone who had just witnessed a killing.
If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops from a flask upon the lab room floor.
Yeah, that would be perfect, Shizuku. Good, very cool answer, very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Trucy looks like he has something to say.
Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police.
Was it your first thought to call an ambulance?
It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism. A proof in 3 parts. Exquisite. Simply exquisite.
He actually looks like he's going to cry.
Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else.
Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes?
I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction.
Is that all?
No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say,
I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not holds to think that there would be a few people around the park. So we just stood there watching. Not much to go on there. Trucy, if you've got something to say, by all means, say it. I can't find a single problem with that testimony.
Had enough at last, forehead?
Maybe it's time to back off a bit? Well, chat? What are we doing, chat? We going in? Don't back off? The defense still has some questions that demand answers, Your Honor. Your opinion, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, let him play attorney until he is satisfied, I say. I will amuse myself by composing my next smash hit in my head.
Very well. You may continue with the cross-examination. This witness is way too self-assured. There's gotta be a weakness somewhere in this testimony. Well, chat, what are we doing then? You feel like the phone is relevant here? You want to present the phone here? Are we committing to this? Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. It clearly contradicts the, I thought. You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Maybe there isn't anything left to unravel in this testimony after all. Some of us have glamorous careers we'd like to get back to this month, forehead. They don't have enough to put Walkie away yet. Should I back off yet? For now? Should we change our answer here, chat? I've got one sure. Well, no one else is talking, so we're gonna go with what your imagination is saying. Ugh. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. It appears that there are no objections to the witness's current testimony.
There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves, which he wiped
which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion.
No! No!
It seems we've come to the end of the line here.
No, that can't be all.
How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. Were you, forehead? I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This course will now declare a verdict for the defendant.
Hold it! Eek! Trucy? Nobody move! What's the meaning of this? Who are you? There'll be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Wait, are you one of the Kitakis? The Kitakis? You mean the notorious gangsters? If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes. What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of... Judge. I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Ugh. Ugh. Recess. 20 minutes, or I promise you, you'll regret it. Wait! How'd he disappear so fast? Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man. Chow, what the fuck's going on? Continuing. Trucy! Trucy! You move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show. Trucy? You're okay! I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. Those good-for-nothing gangsters. There's some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else... Ah! What the heck is that? Surprised? This is one of my best tricks. The amazing Mr. Hat. You look marvelous, darling. He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar. Yes, I'm a big hit. Ha ha ha. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? You mean you... Trucy, there are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Apollo, no, it's not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here. Huh? Remember what you said to Walkie's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son. But that testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Trucy, no more stage abductions. Please. I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident. I can perceive what he's feeling. It might not mean anything. It's all we've got. You can see what he's feeling? Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times. All the times there was a contradiction? Do we remember, chat? Let's just say we remember. Well, I think I remember them, sure. There were 2 times when he made statements he wasn't confident in. And each time, there was a contradiction. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pointing the stand. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction. Well, that's true, but how does that help us? Did you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. In its hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense and fiddled with the corner of a page in his book. How am I supposed to see that? Oh, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker? What? I always sat next to Daddy during big matches. I could see what his opponents were feeling. You mean that's how Mr. Right won all those games? It's not cheating, officially. I wasn't looking at their hand or anything. And I wasn't there all the time either. Daddy's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long. Great, so he cheated, but what does that do for us? I don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony. Perceive the truth. Watch a testimony? Perceive the truth? The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose. Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo. Mr. Wright said that? Watch the testimony. Perceive his true feelings. Is she serious? Time's up. Sorry. I can't think of any other way out of this one, Apollo. What was that she said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today. He said his old foot injury was acting up. That was when he said we'd be fine, as long as you were there, Trucy. Is this what he meant by us being fine? Well, methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Let's do it. Apollo! You know, I'm starting to think I could do this. I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can. I just flew in from the coast and boy, my arms are tired. Right. Court is now back in session. Right, we're fine. Ahem. I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice. Oh, you mean me? Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom and the silk top hat? Ah, right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that. You settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement, right. Perhaps Fraulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? I think he's onto me. I wish he would stop being so cool. Let us discuss these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness? Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something. There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request. However, this court will not permit stalling for time. Understood, Your Honor. Don't forget Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. I'm not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all. Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot. Focus. If only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says. My eyes see his expression. Do I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? What's this? My bracelet? What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow. I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. Cross-examination. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Don't forget, Apollo, you have to focus to perceive the truth. I'm not sure I entirely understand just yet, but I have perceived one thing. My bracelet is reacting to his testimony. This has to be the key. So you called immediately after witnessing the murder? The police undoubtedly have a record of the call. Why not check with them? Wait, Apollo! This has to be it. Wait, you mean his habit? Forget Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. The only time he even had the book open was here, which means this is the place to look for this habit. I don't know how I know, but I know. You know what? It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness. Your bracelet? I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you were talking about, Trucy. But I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet with R as it reacts to the testimony. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly. It's filling my mind. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else. Apollo? Trucy, what's happening to me? This is what I meant by focusing. Focusing. In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does. That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember it, right? Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles with the page on his book. You got it! Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. And your eyes are sort of bugging out. I bet they are. First, move your focus of attention down to Mr. Stickler's hand. His hand? You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place. She's right. Probably just him going like... you know? Time to try changing my viewpoint. Perfect. Now you're really ready. Ready for what? Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch. Perceive. Try listening to the witness's talk as you focus. Then watch for his habit. Right. You mean when he fiddles with the page. That's right! That's your signal to look closer, to perceive. Find his weak spot and I guarantee you will be able to give him the royal flush. Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So I have to pay attention to his words and his fingers. Don't worry if you miss it, you can always try again. Right, look out, nervous twitch, here comes justice. Ergo, I used my cell phone. There it is. Gotcha, bitch. I saw it! Just now I could see it! Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? All this banging of desks! It's quite bad for my circulation, you know? Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone? What are you talking about? I'm curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? What to ask? What to ask? What should we ask, chat? Yeah, but we had zero evidence to prove anything. Hi, Hasuin. A lot of people are saying too. Mr. Stickler, please show me your cell phone. Why? Whatever for. Show me and you'll find out. Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see. You don't have it? Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone? Yeah! Where did you get that? Yeah, presenting that should have worked. Oh well, but they had to teach the perceive mechanic, so, you know. That's the phone from yesterday. They had to teach the perceive mechanic your imagination. Sire, if this car moved, it would have been crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? Wait a minute, what is the meaning of this? This cell phone was found yesterday in the Maractus Clinic garage. The Maractus? Why, that's where the victim lived. That's impossible! Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police? It's true, I didn't have my cell phone that night. That is why it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone. A payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all? Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Well, to indicate it with a startlingly high degree of accuracy, it was right around here. That's very far. That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie? There could only be one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage. What are you saying? Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. This cell phone tells all. But that's ridiculous! That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime! That's why we're trying to kill him! Well, Dr. Miraz was killed that night. Well, yes, but no line of reasoning has to be against the rules! Yes, it's true, I lost my cell phone. But you can't prove that I lost it that night. Well, Mr. Justice, that cell phone was dropped the night of the murder. It does raise considerable suspicions as a connection with the crime. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, do I have a piece of evidence that could do the job? Can I prove the cell phone was dropped the night of the murder? Can we, chat? Chat, answer the fucking question on the screen right now. You think your phone just died on you? Too busy rocking out? Remember, chat, this is Phoenix Wright. You fucking bluff. You gotta embrace the Phoenix Wright. You gotta fucking bluff it. Of course I have evidence. Oh, I like to swagger. Hit it. The court will see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Hit it, as they say. The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder is... Well, chat, what is it? So which one are we presenting then? Chat, which one are we presenting? It needs 2 arguments, JP. You need a statement number in there too, even if there is no statement number. So just do like present 0 and then the evidence. Update the phone? Oh. It didn't tell me it got updated, okay? The game didn't tell me it got updated. Okay, we're presenting it. Well, Prosecutor Gavin. No comment, Judge. No dice, Mr. Justice. Penalty. Apollo, remember when we found that cell phone? If it had fallen on the ground before that night, that's right, the cell phone would have been crushed. Your Honor, one more chance, please. Mr. Justice, please keep this up and you'll let yourself have a life's worth of chances. The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder is... This is what people are saying now? That's a side view mirror. As it so happens, Mr. Maractus's car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accident. It happened a little after 9 p.m., just outside People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Maractus's car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground, right under the wheel. Ugh! Ergo, Mr. Stickler, the only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder in the park. Mr. Stickler, you know what this means? You did break into the victim's garage that night. This is most unexpected, Mr. Justice. Are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Paul Maractus? No, stop! This is too much! This can't be happening! Prosecutor, say something! I suppose that's worth saying this. No connection has been found between Leslie Stickler and Paul Maractus. That is, other than this. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on the way back. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage. Ah, yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It is quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. It's like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. His nerve and habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. Looks like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes justice. Stickler's truth. We're gonna press. Got it. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place? Well, yes, of course! Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself? No, I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying out the free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me. I'm sure the store clerks would disagree. Do you think sampling free food courts counts as a religion? In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content and was on my way back home, yes. I must have dropped my cell phone on the way back. That's when you passed in front of the Maractus Clinic? He loves Costco. He's a Costco fiend. Why, yes, that's correct. That was a pretty suspicious pause there. Mr. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder. Oh, of course! The supermarket is here along the main road. My way home from there takes me past the Maractus Clinic. This is probably when I dropped my cell phone. Yet, woe is I walked on, unaware of my loss. I walked right into that faithful park. And I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. Which entrance did you enter the park from? Well, to be exact, one might say that I went in front of the entrance closest to the Maractus Clinic. The same entrance our victim used. Did you notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance? I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Yet though I might have missed the tracks, I could not miss what happened next. I am a keen observer of the obvious, you might say. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. This part of the testimony is the key, I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand? Well, chat, no penalty on this, so just choose one. Two votes for three? Three votes for three? That's enough. Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. I can even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle. Yes, that was it. Remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodle. Very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice? What about that sign? Could be important? Is it important, chat? Just in case it's important, let's examine this because you can't do it in the court record. All right. I don't know if that helped you at all, but is it important, chat? Is it very important? You're all saying very important. So the sign on the noodle stand said noodle? It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony. Is the noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well. Whew. Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. I wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. Well, I even remember the sign of the stand the victim was pulling. It said noodle. Well, anything we should do with this information? Should we press or present? So the sign said noodle. You're absolutely sure. Let me be frank. Yes. He just pauses for... In fact, the word unsure isn't even in my dictionary, nor the word uncertain, or... He was wasting time looking that stuff up. Noodle, eh? I like that. It tells you what you're getting. No nonsense. Tells me a lot more than that, actually. Why are you smiling like that, Apollo? JP wants to present the cart here. Any objections? Or do we agree on that? One more yes and we go for it. That was one more yes. Are you, and you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle? Why, just last week my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler. I'll give you that. It read, without a doubt, noodle. I don't think that was high praise, bro. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? So, you're claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing... here, was it? Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot. You think so? Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand, and to carefully read what the sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. Eldunes. Inconceivable! I am certain it was definitely noodle for sure. Positive. Afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said noodle. Well, chat. That's enough people saying too. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign will be read that way, Mr. Stickler claims? What? Mr. Justice, show us this spot. The witness actually viewed the stand from this location. Where did they view the stand, chat? North of the cart? In the rock. Enough people said that. The witness was standing here, on the opposite side. How do you know that? When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Eldunes, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. Oh, this sign says noodle. Exactly. The name of the stand is split between the front and back signs. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. You got me! Objection! So what? So what? What does it matter if he saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all. He's right. Just travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning. Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo. Trucy, remember his testimony from before? Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. The killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then, at the moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point, the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right? Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario. Completely. If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction, The bullet would have to hit his left temple. Ah! Ah! In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. That's right! So now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Frozen. What meaning? The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north. North. Ah! But that's where the witness, Wesley Stickler, was standing. Correct. So if he was standing to the north, then the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Yeah! Shake it, chat. We're getting a lot of this song today. Order, order, order! Wow, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. She flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out. Trucy is goated. I like Trucy.
Clarify 1 point for me if you would, for ahead.
What now?
Are you truly accusing this college student of murder?
Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I just can't picture him as the real killer.
Oh, please, looks aside, I'm really a nice guy. All my friends say so.
I don't think that matters in the court of law. Let's hear what the defense has to say. What are you going to do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? What are we doing? JP says 2. Seeing a lot of people saying 2. I'm going for 2. I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he's not innocent either. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why, now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary.
Tiska, Floodhead. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Stickler's silence.
Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears. I know he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? Your evidence. The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that points to the witness's involvement in a crime. Well, chat. The phone? Something tells me this isn't one of those good silences. Something else to say, Mr. Justice? One more chance, please. By all means, but your effort wasn't wasted. Look, a brand new penalty. Now please reveal your thoughts to the court. I know he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? Your evidence, the court's all eyes. Well, chat. The badge, of course. What other crime do we know of, chat? What are we presenting, chat? Kite wants to present these. The evidence is this. What is that woman's underwear? Hey, those are mine. Don't look at me like that! Order! Mr. Stickler. Well, I can't say this comes as a shock. It's not what it seems! By Pythagorean theorem, I swear it! On the night of the murder, just past 9 p.m., a young girl catches someone red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase, but the snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Maractus Clinic garage. Aha! Incidentally, these eddies were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably, he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of snatching in the first degree. Please hear me out, it's not what it looks like! I don't know how it could look any better for you, bro. Order! Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it seems. So, are we to understand that you were silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you were not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant, see? Your point? I'm not done now, I'm a major in the science department. And what does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what greater challenge to science than a mystery? Come on, you're talking about a fucking girl's face here. No, you do not understand. A mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. And my friends, when it comes to mysteries, those are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate. For science, a full-sized car tire was only the first mysteries they revealed. Tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of them. But that's not all. First there was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery and another. It was magic. Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about my magic trick. Yes, chat. He stole them because he wanted to find out the secret behind the magic trick. That's the whole thing. I just don't understand. A broom. Pair of pennies, it mocks the very laws of physics. A broom and a frozen chicken, Trucy. Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits? I'm not gonna lie, Trucy's show sounds entertaining. It's just, hey, I got a frozen chicken for you. What the fuck? What the fuck? You stole them to understand a magic trick? You say, Bendies, but they are so much more than that. For me, they are an object of serious study. I wonder. There has been at least a rash of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you? I am sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spied at them in the breeze, I thought maybe this would be the pair that would educate mystery. Even the night as she chased me through the streets, I wept tears of joy. Perhaps this is the night that I will seize the truth that lies within them. Yet woe is I, for once again the lazy heart battered to slip through my fingers. Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. Ah, you refer to our witness's other lie, yes. The witness claimed he saw the crime scene from the south. but was in fact at the north. Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that? Be my guest, foothead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea? Apollo, there's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right near where Mr. Stickler was standing, isn't there a... Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location? Well, chat, do we? You might have to remember the investigation for this one. Sorry, I'm just updating some stuff. Some evidence got updated. I'm just making sure it's all up to date for you guys. Well, chat, do you? Think about where we found some of the evidence in our list, and the answer might come to you. Your imagination wants to present this. The evidence that shows why he lied is this. What? More? How many are you carrying in your pocket, Foothead? These are the last. Honest. These were found in a trash can in the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't. Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of fucking underwear. So these panties are your handiwork as well. That night, I had been chased, hounded into the Mercus Clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt? Believe me, I'd rather not. I hid in the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning them, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south entrance. When I saw them hanging there on a clothesline by a giant mansion. Oh my gosh. Apparently he didn't know them belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder. A murder of Dr. Maractus. I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me? That's when you disposed of them. Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne. A fascinating, if disturbing tale. I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close, and I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. Thank you! One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made. Namely that the defendant, Wakikitaki, was at the scene of the crime. And he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Wakikitaki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant Wakikitaki is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else on the scene at the time. Yet a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further investigations from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. No problem. Very well. This brings the trial for today to a close. Court is adjourned. To be continued. How much longer are you going tonight? I was actually thinking about ending right here. This feels like a good stopping point. I want to beat this game this week. So the idea is we finish case 2 on Tuesday, finish case 2 and maybe start case 3 on Tuesday, finish case 3 on Wednesday, do something else on Thursday, do all of case 4 on a super long stream on Saturday. So that we can have like uninterrupted, because case 4 is a banger in this game and it's really interesting. And I want to do it all in one stream if possible, so that people who are interested in case 4 can plan around it and join us for the entire case, because it is a banger. It's a banger case. I think so anyway. Some people don't like it, but I like it. So fuck it. Fuck them. But yeah, I think right here is a good place to end. Boop-a-doop, we get the save. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming down tonight. Today's stream was awesome. We are going to relax. I'm going to sleep, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe not sleep, maybe not right away, but I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. If you haven't filled out my survey in the pinned message, please consider filling it out. It will tell me what games you might want to see me stream in 2025. So definitely fill that out if you haven't. Please, I would really appreciate it. And I will see if there's anyone live right now to raid. Nope, unfortunate. I'll see you all on Tuesday when we continue this. So here's, as I mentioned, here's the plan. Tuesday is going to be finishing case 2, starting case 3. Wednesday we'll be finishing case 3, or maybe Thursday finishing case 3. You're gonna play Marvel Rivals? I don't think I'm gonna be playing Marvel Rivals tonight. Probably tomorrow though, I will be. Maybe a little bit. I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight. Probably relax. We'll see. All right, everybody. See you all tomorrow on Tuesday. Tuesday. Let's get started. Woo! I hope you all enjoy the interactive. I really like doing the interactive Ace Attorney, so I'm glad you guys like it. I will see you all later. I don't know what I'm streaming on January, by the way, other than this. I have some ideas, but I'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Tuesday.